Monsieur de Stad vragen gewoon een pijltje.
On them suggesting like, oh, should we have you know that half of groups are because they're not and a few others. So within
Ready to go?
So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome in Ghent. We all know there's been a crisis and we weren't able to get together like this, and I can speak personally that I feel very excited that this is possible again and to meet old and new people. Not old people like me, but people I've known for a longer time. I'm Bart Rosseau. I work for the city of Ghent and I'm working with data for the past 11 years, and open data has been a very important part of my career, my interests, and yeah, it allowed me to get in touch with a lot of people with very technical skills, deep knowledge, but first and foremost, a great passion to change the world in a better way. So that's also a big part of why I'm still doing this. So thank you for the job satisfaction over all these years. I'm very happy that Open Knowledge Conference Belgium is happening in Ghent, because actually it means that open data comes back home. Because Ghent has been a pioneer in open data for 11 or 12 years now, but also the founding meeting of Open Knowledge, which at that time was called the Open Knowledge Foundation Belgium, was founded actually in Ghent, not far from here, near the Dampoort of the Dampuurte, for the mensen die van Gent zijn. So yeah, it's great that the conference is back home. It's also good to know that open knowledge evolved from an inner circle of people who actually knew what open data was, into an organization which broadened its scope, is active in a really Belgian way, and that is quite rare today, that they have strong networks in both the French-speaking part, Brussels, and Flanders. So that's an important feat in itself, which shows to me as well that open knowledge is about collaboration without borders. So yeah, congratulations on that as well. So I would like to apologize to the mayor. He wanted to be here to do the opening, but yeah, his schedule is quite busy, but he has a lot of interest in open data. The day he was elected, he told me that he wants to continue the work that we were doing with open data, not so much for the technical part, but because transparency is important, and I really would like to continue that. So he wishes us all the best for today as well. The City of Ghent is a proud sponsor. That's not the only reason I'm here to talk to you, but okay, that's a good reason as any. Because the City of Ghent also believes in stimulating initiatives and organizations like these to get people together to talk about what can be done, show what's been realized, and what the future can bring, and how we should collaborate on that. So it's not a coincidence that this event is happening in De Krook. De Krook is a library, but its ambition is not a house with books or a building with books, but a building where people can get together, work together, get inspired by each other. So this is the right place to be. It's not the first time that we do open data, open knowledge activities in the library. One of the apps for Gent editions, which is our local hackathon, was actually at the old library. And what we did there was to prepare the vision and the technical possibilities of the building that was being built at that time. That was quite exciting. So we immediately see how the work of local activists who are working with open data have meaning and impact into physical realizations like this library. During the breaks, I would like to invite you to explore the building and see what's going on there. And I'm not sure how long you're staying, but the building is especially nice when the sun sets, so get your cameras ready. So when we talk about open data, I know open knowledge is more than open data, but stick to what you know, so I'll talk about open data. When we started 11 to 12 years ago with open data, it was a very local thing, because the government levels that were publishing open data were local governments, because the impact there was quite clear, because people were facing problems. I would like to report something that's happening in my street. I would like to know where the budget of my local government is going to. And open data was very linked to apps, app development, because the smartphones were getting more and more common, and people were starting to use apps. And that local accent was for me very important, because we as a local government could get in touch with people with technical knowledge, but also in the demographics. There were mostly young people who want to change something, who want to do something. And this was different from the more traditional way that we were reaching out to the people and the citizens. So there was this whole new dimension coming into a dialogue with the local population, which was focused on solutions. And I think the focus on solutions is still happening today. But what I also see, that open data is not local anymore, it became global. We saw what's happening, we see what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in the Amazon with the deforestation, that openness of data, transparency of data is very important to allow people to monitor what's going on, voice their own opinions, and especially have a discussion which is based on facts. And we all know that this is not a given anymore, that the dialogue is based on facts. So the open knowledge thing is for me still very important, that we can keep pushing that very important theme that we should be based on facts and have a dialogue based on those facts and then form an opinion. So, and the way Open Knowledge Belgium is reaching out and convincing young people to work with that data, and the possibilities are there, and building their skills is very important. And I couldn't have imagined that this was the results when we started out with Open Knowledge 12 years ago. So that's, I'm not owner of this, but I'm still a little bit proud by appropriation. For me, the key is also having a community around open data. And a lot of you, I don't know yet being the key word. And it's great to see that the new people are there's a constant in-stream of new people, so which also tells me that open data, open knowledge is still very relevant. The conference today, it's not just on openness or open data, it's broader. It's about trust and privacy. To the untrained eye, this might be strange that when you talk about open data that we talk about privacy at the same thing. But the more and more you get into detail of those two subjects, they're pillars of the same thing. You have to respect the privacy, and while defining privacy, you also define the room for openness. And I think this is a very important thing. It's not exclusive. No, it should strengthen each other. And I think the speakers today will go deeper into the different facets of what that can mean. So I'm very much looking forward to this, because transparency, openness, and respect for privacy are, for me, the key points of a digital transformation. We are facing this as a society. We are facing this as a government, which is quite difficult and complex, because we have to tackle a lot of things at the same time. And with the GDPR, which is now already 4 to 5 years in place, we still have to have the same discussions every day. How should we respect the privacy? How do we organize consent? And there are more and more technical solutions who will make this possible on a technical level, but we also have to empower people to do and to regulate their own privacy and make conscious choices about this. And this goes back to the openness and the beginning of the open data. How do you empower people to build and create their own solutions? So we're still in the right place. You will excuse me that I will highlight a little bit of what we're doing in Ghent still with and around open data. It's not just based on publishing open data sets. It's also how do we use open data in different areas to do more than we did 5 to 10 years ago. One of the finer examples is Ghent. Pieter Jan is the project lead. And for the people who will, in the afternoon, they can go with him on an open data tour in Ghent, where we will highlight different aspects. And the Ghent is where we use linked open data of the collection of the musea and how to bring this data set as a tool to the different areas in Ghent where people can create their own collection. This is almost right? Okay, perfect. So that's quite an interesting one, and it was also very important to do this with EU budgets. Then we also have a project called Vloed, where we want to measure people in the city, how crowded it is. This is quite important, especially during the lockdown. When people started shopping again, could we respect both the safety of the people by monitoring the crowdedness, but at the same time with respect for privacy? Are we going to use cameras or other technologies? So we're also working on linked open data in the city council, where we can make machine-readable documents and use these to inform people in a better way. So there's a lot of things going on at the same time. For today, I think the program, the first part, we will start with Renata Avilá, who's the CEO of Open Knowledge International. So we're very proud that you could make the journey to Ghent. Then we have Viivi Lähteenoja. My apologies for the pronunciation. This is probably not right. And then we have a coffee break, also quite important. And then we reconvene at 11:30. And then we have Bart Jacobs, Ruben Verborgh, and Jos Pyck, who will go into details. But we'll come back to the details. If you want to have the detail of the program, there's a QR code on your lanyard, so all the details are there. I would like, before we go to the main course of today, I would like to thank all the organizers and especially the volunteers, without whom days like these are not possible. So enjoy your day. You'll see me back to announce the other speakers, but up to you. Thank you very much.
And my presentation? Okay. Mm-hmm. Is it? Uh-huh. Thank you. Well, I give you a second to tweet about the wonderful presentation that we have. Okay. Yes, great. So my name is Renata Avilá. I come from Guatemala, quite far away from Ghent. But now I'm living in Paris, so it's a very short train ride. And it is a great pleasure to be here because I thought that we would, I was having very pessimistic thoughts during the pandemic. I was thinking that our communities will dissolve, that online will become the default, and that things like this wouldn't happen anymore. And I was thinking of that because it's practical, like us, our devices, our home, coffee next to us, and us lost in these screens. Comfortable sometimes, but the power of connection, human connection that we have here is quite different. So I'm again thankful. I'm conscious that we are still in the middle of a pandemic. I'm conscious that also a reminder that, most of the world still don't have access to vaccines. And that we are living in parallel realities, a reality of the haves and the have-nots. Coming from I come from, I have to remind this so we acknowledge our privilege and our role in making things different. And open is at the core of making things different. If we had open by default, vaccines would have been provided. Actually, if we had open by default, maybe this pandemic didn't happen because we would have alerts and access to the data of what was going on quick enough so to activate action. That's the dimension of the importance of the movement that we represent and that we volunteer and that we dedicate with love and sacrifice many times, time to, and effort and resources and brain space even. So what I'm going to speak about today is, I was asked to speak about the state of open data. And I know that I don't want to be pessimistic, but I want to elevate the flags at some problems that I'm seeing, because that will help us, calibrate our plans so to activate solutions quick enough before the problem gets even worse. One problem is that secrecy is increasing and is adopting new forms. Why I'm saying that secrecy is increasing? Because for the first time ever, governments and corporations have the chance to accumulate more data than ever before about us. And at the same time, the complexity of this accumulation of data, the complexity about this accumulation of information and connections about everything that happens around us is not open. And actually, there's very little transparency, even like we have seen the case of the Pegasus software all over the world. We have seen, the revelations of Edward Snowden almost 10 years ago. Just imagine how the situation is right now. And we don't know who is producing the systems, who's buying the system. It's layer over layer of secrecy about it. Which algorithms are deployed, so when I go through an airport, by coincidence, always my boarding pass has a sign that requires me and not my very white and very Swiss friend to go to the same checkpoints. And I want to highlight something that is very important, because before we had the citizens and the governments. Now we have a complexity. You saw what happened this week with Elon Musk, right? We have now governments in a, in a crisis of identity and a big split that the war in Ukraine is bringing. And then we have big tech corporations. And big tech corporations are not a government. And then all the movement that we built around transparency and access to information is no longer being useful, because we cannot go and knock the door, with to a company and ask, release all the data. Sadly, the last 30 years of free trade agreements that are more about nothing but trade was the least of it. It was deregulation and leaving the door open for corporations to do whatever they wanted, left us very vulnerable to these big corporations claiming, oh, this is a trade secret. Sorry, I can share the information with you. Sorry, it's free market, sorry, I'm protected by so many rules that I will not, until I litigate, I will not release any information about what you want to know. So secrecy is increasing, and it is increasing in ways we need to think new strategies to access the data of corporations, not only because they might be doing bad things, not only because the complexity now of our auditing these actors that moderate our public privatized sphere is really harming society, but also because in the middle of this, we have another problem, and it is that slowly all the government platforms have been privatized by default. And relevant data that we need to solve the most pressing problems of our times is locked. It's there, it's closed. So privatized data that we need to access, just an example, we wanted to do with students and an evaluation experiment of social media a couple of years ago. We had to buy data from Twitter. We had to invest like half of our budget was buying data from Twitter. And I was like, that's the point that we reached, like that a small university in Central America has to spend like $3,000 buying data from a private corporation that should release it for free for research purposes. So that's the first problem, and I'm taking too much to explain just the first problem. The second thing is a thing that maybe because I'm old, like I'm 41, and I started using the internet when I was 15, and I have quite a good memory, that I notice, and that's really, really, really worrying, is that the internet is rotting. What does it mean? We are living in a cemetery of broken links, of missing archives, of navigating the web now, navigating, like if we go back in time and check the websites of 10 years ago, or even an article in the New York Times, and you click the links are dead. Many websites disappear. We did a very, very, very bad job archiving. We did a very, very bad job in the resilience of the records of our past. And there's still no clear solution. There's still no clear practice, because even like very valuable digital knowledge pieces are missing forever now. I saw I was working in human rights. I'm a human rights lawyer, and for example, all the records of all the organizations in civil society doing the Pinochet trial. A Pinochet trial, for those who are very young, was a dictator that did a lot of very bad things in Chile, in South America. And he was then, after collective efforts of civil society and victims, he was, partially accountable, let's say. And that was like the blueprint for many, many efforts all over the world to bring criminals against humanity to justice. And very valuable information, like testimonies, all the records of the audiences, gone forever. And often what our community says is, Wikipedia should solve it. I think that we are directing far too many tasks to one entity, and that has some decentralized system, but it's one entity, and we are doing far too little in standardization of practices, even among journalists, so to have permanent records of very valuable information. And a little bit what they did with the seeds, and this vault of the seeds that is somewhere. We need to do it with our knowledge, because the future of our past is at risk. The third reflection is a more positive one. I think that the pandemic, if any positive thing had, is that raised the global awareness of the importance of verifiable data, of reproducible research, and of openness on what was going on. I think that in my experience, especially public sector, the demands of citizens everywhere, we need the data of what's going on in our country, because our risk, our life is at stake. Really is, we need to really grab and seize this opportunity and design the institutions of the future with this as open knowledge and its cycle of archives, open data, and communities around it as a design principle. So the time is like never before. These communities have been as popular as now. So let's not lose the moment and seize it. That's, I would say, that one of the most positives. Then the interesting thing that is going on as well is that we realize how incomplete our discourse was when we realized that we didn't consider things like exploitation, discrimination, sexism, bias in our data sets. The data set, like, you know, like the spreadsheets looked like so innocent. And actually, you know, like many of our prejudices, many of unconscious biases that we might have as a person, as a collectives, then can impact the lives of people, on whether I have right to access a subsidy from the state or not, whether I have the right to scholarship or not, whether the algorithm will show me or not the advertising of a job. And I think that this is just starting, you know, and it feels sometimes like a witch hunt, you know, like of anger, like this is bias. But I think that we need to take a step back and analyze how missing social sciences were from our spaces, how missing communities were from our spaces, how we miss the connection with the communities that the data sets that we are like so enthusiastic about and then feeding the systems of the future will impact. I think that we will get better as a community because we have open practices. And our doors are open to anybody to join the discussions, but we need to be proactive. Open data is not enough, and it is not truly open if it's not inclusive and if it's not seeing how diverse our world is. In the picture is Timnit Gebru. I invite you to follow her. She's a very courageous artificial intelligence expert who was inside Google and left, and was left with a loud exposure of all the bad practices that were going on there, and just the cosmetic efforts to solve the things without really solving them. And last, data and the climate crisis. I would say that and I'm still debating that, you know, like if all the brilliant minds in the world, and of course all of you here, belong to that very selective group, had to do one thing, one very small thing, one very massive task, is to save the planet. And never before data was as relevant for this task. We need to measure so many things. I was, the last 2 days, I have been doing the really boring and hard effort of read the latest report that was released. It's 2,000 pages on how bad things are, and things are bad. And you know, like the most important thing that I realized there, thinking of our communities and thinking of how, okay, I lead this foundation, I know many foundations similar, what can we do to meaningfully contribute? And the data state of the climate crisis is an absolute mess. Missing data sets. Data that is not even collected or produced, and nobody is willing to put the money and time and effort to do that. Unclean data sets that are open but not usable. Lots of problems with the climate data became business with the increased pressure of private companies to measure emissions, big business. And then now, if you want to do open models to predict, and if you want to really get deep into using the tools of our times to solve the problems of our times, it turns out that it is a little bit like me buying data for Twitter, but at a larger scale. And climate AI company, they were telling me that just to get semi-accurate information, they had to invest like $10 million in data sets that are paywalled. How come we are putting paywalls to access relevant information to save humanity, you know? That's part, you know, a dream will be to really have the, global data trust, to unlock the data that is being trapped, to produce the data that we need, and to have this as, as a live system of volunteers, data collectors, data clean. I mean, it can really, really, really be something truly meaningful, informed, of course, by the local knowledges. And we, at the Open Knowledge Foundation, we will soon start a targeted program on this, because we feel bad, like we think that there's so many things that are very relevant and interesting, but I think that we have to be very focused on helping where we can, where it is more urgent and needed. And so how do we revert the problems? As all these problems that we saw, and also that can be turned into opportunities and very, very good efforts, and that are all connected. One is with movement. Of course, movement, but not only to get here together and have a cup of coffee. We need to use these spaces as our plotting spaces, like you have to live here with napkins or notes of what you are going to do next. It has to be like these opportunities to meet are opportunities to debate and are opportunities to then coordinate for action. And no action is small. We need all the actions possible. The other is literacy. We often forget it is very, very nice to talk to experts, but we often neglect the hard work of showing up and explaining the communities that are completely new to our topics, and evangelizing a little bit about this. We wrongly assume that it is a default and that everybody knows. And as the pandemic showed, not everybody knows, but they have our, attention. We have their attention now. And the other thing is the models. I think that we cannot no longer think about open data as something isolated, but it's something dynamic and part of different bits and pieces, governance, community, practices, standards that we need to configure and put together until we get it right. So to deliver, basically, I believe that open knowledge is a design principle that will shape the institutions of the future. And it is up to us to accelerate this process and to give birth to basically a new world, or maybe even interplanetary system. Thank you, and if you have questions, comments, disagreements, and not just, feel free to raise your hand, and maybe we still have some time to share.
Are there any questions?
Disagreements, please, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Robert. I'm working for the European Data Protection Supervisor. We only take care of personal data, not of climate data, so please keep this in mind. But you mentioned two aspects concerning personal data. The first one, that you were seeking for more transparency when it is about security at the airport.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if you already have considered to complain about it, because I think thanks to the very strong data protection rules in the European Union, you actually have the right to demand that transparency. And my second remark concerns Twitter. I also think it is very awkward that we, as public institutions, have to pay money to do research with data that is supposed to be openly available. And I just had a look on the one alternative that we have to Twitter, which is Mastodon, which is the Fediverse, and I could not find yet the Open Knowledge Foundation. So I would like to hear if the Open Knowledge Foundation is also ready to support more of these alternatives to social networks.
Absolutely, and good point, and actually something that we are debating all the time. I'm new, I'm new CEO, so full disclaimer, and it is super important. Personally, I use different, our network, we have it in Matrix, and we are I think that we need more consistency and practicing by the example. Regarding the airports and all the information, it's very interesting because we have two types of citizens, and the systems that I was referring, my interactions at the airport have been in the US, and it is incredibly aggressive the way they monitor people from my country, you know, like welcome refugees from Ukraine, but Guatemalans and Central Americans are like even children placed in cages, you know, like the level of surveillance and the sophistication of the surveillance at the borders is unbelievable, you know, like the latest is what they were deploying these robots mimicking dogs to chase people at the border. Like it is, you know, like that's the world we live in. And Europe is not exempted, you know, in some of, I mean, you are protected as soon as you are here, but technologies, very aggressive technologies to profile potential migrants can be like, you know, donated to countries with very weak privacy and data protection laws. So it is, and I mean, I think that we need to like really push the engineers behind those programs to speak out and to get out of these companies and stop, like, you know, giving their talent and their time to, you know, to do really perverse things. The ICE is terrible. Palantir, which is now working with European institutions, is the worst and is not accountable enough, for example.
We have room for one more question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And if people ask a question for the live stream, if you could repeat the question so people can hear it.
Okay.
Ah, there's a mic now.
Okay.
Perfect. No more questions? Yeah? Niels, even voor de micro. Voilà. Wacht. Het komt goed. Kijk, de techniek is niet in alles even agressief en vooruit. So, all right.
Okay. I was very triggered about what you said about the climate data, and also pretty worried because I didn't realize the state of the data was that bad or that closed. I fully support the idea of a global data trust, and I was wondering if open knowledge is talking to large institutions like the UN and the European Union to make that something that truly exists, because I think that would be a great step forward.
Yes, we are, and actually, you know, like the UN has a data problem. I shouldn't even, like, you know, like continue telling because it sounds quite grim, you know, like, but even, like, you know, the institutions that you would imagine that they had it right and solved and there are a mess inside. And one thing, like, we have been, like, just to mention an example, the International Energy Agency keeps the data locked. And they're reluctant to open it. And we have been, like, you know, advocating with other organizations to try to open it. And they don't want, and I suspect, you know, I suspect like it is like a little bit like when you don't want to invite someone to your house because it's a mess. I have been there, you know, like, oh, let's show me your new flat. No, but let's meet at the coffee. Like a little bit like that's the conversation. Many organizations do not open their data because they are not ready to do so because they have a mess inside. And maybe that's part of our role as a movement, you know, like I'm sure that we can design good blueprints and collaborative teams and find and allocate the resources to help them. And the other, I think that's part of our role, you know, like I think that is not bad intentions, is that austerity measures never leave enough budget to do these infrastructural things. And all the institutions, I mean, not even banks who had all the money, of course, had their data infrastructures right until recently. So we can imagine that those public interest organizations are like in trouble, and we need to accelerate that process in a way that can scale. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there time for a small follow-up question? I've also experienced, definitely for the more complex problems, and climate change is definitely that, that scientists are often very reluctant to release the data because they fear it will be misinterpreted because it is complex. And do you see ways in making these very, very complex and data sets more comprehensible so that they will be used in the right way? Because data misuse, as you said, is something we worry about.
Thank you so much for the question, because that refers to this open knowledge as design principle thing that I was mentioning. Data alone is not the thing. We need to plug community and ways to transform that data in knowledge, or translate that data into knowledge. And knowledge is not knowledge if it's not accessible to the people that it is intended to. So that's, I mean, I have a dream, you know, I have many dreams, but, you know, like if we could get, for example, Fridays for Future, as excited about these facts as they are about the protest in the streets, you know, like that. I think that we need children in this room. We need teenagers in this room, and we need to go to the places where they are as well, to activate precisely that, you know, like, and that's in our plans and in the works at the moment as an international movement. Well, thank you so much. And next time, women, please make questions as well. It feels lonely here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. There are two takeaways for me. The relativity of a number, 41 to me is young. And the second thing, as a lifelong civil servant, defining a problem, what we saw here is a start of a solution. So there's some promise there. Now on to the next speaker. I'll try to pronounce this in the right way. My apologies. Viivi Lähteenoja.
Beautiful.
Voilà.
Finnish.
Okay, I know in Finnish you have to read every letter and then you're almost there. So she's the chair of the global MyData, and MyData Global. So I'm very excited to hear what you have to say. Big welcome.
Thank you very much. And just as we get the slides up, I just wanted to share kind of a little bit of history of MyData Global, and why it's such an honor to be here today. MyData actually started off as a working group for Open Knowledge Finland. In the early 2010s, there were events around open knowledge, open data, and there was one session in which people were thinking to themselves, like, yeah, there's a lot of data out there that needs to be made more open, but then there's a lot of personal data that cannot be made just fully open. So what do we do about that? And this is where MyData started. So MyData was first a loose community network of people. We organized the first MyData conference in 2016, and almost annually ever since, and formalized into MyData Global, the international nonprofit that I have the honor of chairing in 2018. But the title of my talk today is MyData for a Fair, Sustainable and Prosperous Society. So let's see. I'll start with the very core idea of what MyData is, and that's that individuals, people, should be in control of the data about themselves. It's very simple, and at the same time incredibly complex when you start thinking about how to make it happen and how to make it right.
De koffiebreak is daar hier.
So the MyData approach, before the coffee break, aims at strengthening digital human rights while also opening up new opportunities for businesses and also public sector organizations to develop innovative and value-adding personal data-based services that are built on mutual trust. So the title of the talk comes from our mission and vision as an organization. We are for a fair, sustainable and prosperous digital society through this human-centric approach to personal data. And in this society that we envision, people, they get value from personal data and set the agenda for how it's used. And at the same time, for organizations, the ethically sustainable use of data is always the most attractive option. Now, this is where we want to be. We're not there yet. So in 2017, the MyData community came together for the conference, and we published the MyData Declaration. And that took the shape of describing, as part of it, 3 shifts that we define for ourselves as absolutely necessary for us to start moving towards the vision that we all share. So the first shift is from merely formal rights to actually actionable rights. So in the EU, for example, we have the GDPR, which is wonderful in many ways, if not perfect. But what we really need to go from there, which is the baseline, which we absolutely need, towards actionable rights, giving people the means, the tools, the opportunities to really make use of these rights. And the second shift that we identified as a mission for ourselves is the shift from data protection only to empowerment with data. And I was really grateful to hear empowerment mentioned already earlier today. Because again, data protection, that's the baseline. We absolutely need that. And in addition to that, we need to give people the tools, the means, the opportunities to benefit from all the wonderful things that are possible with the use of personal data. And then the third one, which is a little bit different from the other two, is this shift from closed to open ecosystems. Open ecosystems, the classic kind of argument for them, of course, is that it levels the playing field. Open ecosystems in which different kinds of actors can join into and plug into, offer people, individuals, communities, the opportunity to make good choices, like real choices between good alternatives, when we don't have closed and walled-in systems where the data is about me or my community is locked and cannot be reused. And really what I kind of see here as at the kind of foundation of all these shifts is this kind of shift from thinking about people as kind of inactive or passive or kind of subjected to things and in need of strong protection, which obviously people do need protection, but like shifting from that to a more kind of empowered idea of human beings as agents who have wishes and desires and hopes and dreams, ability and desire to make good use out of personal data about themselves. So like I mentioned, one of the slogans for MyData has been for years that we need to make it happen and we need to make it right. So these shifts are about what we need to make happen. And then there are the 6 things that we defined in 2017 that we feel set the parameters for how we can make this right. So the human-centric control of personal data, that's the basic idea of MyData. Human beings about whom the data exists should be the people setting the agenda and exercising the control. The second point about the individual as the point of integration signals this shift from organization-centric thinking to to human-centric thinking, right? And so instead of thinking about personal data about me that exists scattered around the ecosystem as Finnish government data, as Facebook data, as Twitter data, rather think about it as Viivi data, right? That's the shift that we're talking about. It's the individual who's the point of integration, not the organization collecting that data. Individual empowerment, we also, I mentioned already earlier, and I always like to emphasize here that this is expanding our understanding and our work with social scientists, for example, is highlighting the fact that individuals are not islands. We exist in groups, we exist in communities, we exist in relationships with others. So empowerment needs to be not only on the individual, but also on the group and community level. Portability, access and reuse to personal data it's what's needed to actually get benefit, get use out of it. And this is where the GDPR Article 20 obviously gives us the formal rights to do it, and we need to work on the tools and the opportunities to make it actionable. Also, as was mentioned earlier, transparency and accountability, absolutely key to we as people need to have transparency into what happens with the data about us, and we need to be sure that there's accountability for when, not if, but when breaches do happen. And finally, there's interoperability, which is again a little bit different from the other 5, I think. But this has been lifted up as one of the key principles for MyData as a result of years and years of working together and digging really deep into what enables this. I mean, the vision is fantastic and it's super inspiring. And when you start drilling down into trying to really make it happen, you end up with questions of interoperability. And you can kind of organize these principles in any way you want, but this is how I've been recently thinking about it, that this empowerment with personal data is kind of the goal. This is where we want to go. And for that, we need human-centric control, and we need transparency and accountability. For us to be able to exercise control, we need to have the rights to portability, access, and reuse, and we need to shift to this human-centric rather than organization-centric principle of individual as the point of integration. But for both of these last 2 to really be useful, there is the bedrock of interoperability at the bottom. If I have access to 17 different data sources that don't speak to each other, what am I going to do with that, right? If I'm trying to integrate data from different sources about myself, which are not interoperable, what am I going to do with that, right? So the approach to kind of take this from a more abstract principle level to a little bit more practical level, the MyData Declaration of 2017 that I mentioned kind of formalized this idea of the operator model as a way to address some of the issues we see in kind of trying to realize this human-centric approach to personal data. So the basic idea is that there's so much data. We as individuals are engaged in so many personal data mediated relationships that there's absolutely no way for one person to manage, control all of that alone. So we need to support people. And this is where the operator model comes in. So the MyData operator is a kind of entity that interacts with the person and represents that person, acts on that person's behalf, and manages the kind of data flows, permissions, and so on that are necessary for that person to integrate data about themselves, to reuse data about themselves, and so on. So this is a kind of data steward, if you will, or someone who the operator's primary beneficiary is always the person. And the operator doesn't have to see any of the data itself necessarily, so it can be just about facilitating permissions that, yes, service A, you're allowed to give data to service B about this one person, and so on. So it doesn't necessarily need to be an actual kind of data store itself, but I'll come back to that a little bit later. We did some work a few years later, 2020, further understanding this operator model, like what could it actually start meaning in practice. And we published the white paper, Understanding MyData Operators, and one of the key insights that we felt needed highlighting from that is that there shouldn't be just one operator. Not for the world, not for a given region, not for even one person. Operators need to work in networks. So just like I can call your Belgian phone from my Finnish phone, and I don't need to know which operator you use in Belgium, it just works. In a similar way, my data operator can function with your company's or your organization's operator, and I don't need to understand what goes on in the background, right? This is where interoperability obviously is very key. That's the backstage of how this works. But really the point here is that the MyData operator model is very much based on a networked and ecosystem idea, where these different data sources, like pictured here, the different data using services, they can opt for whichever operator they want. And I, as a person, I can have one, I can have more. but we all kind of are able to connect to this ecosystem of personal data. Now, some of you who follow European digital regulation might feel that this sounds a little bit familiar. So the Data Governance Act, which was recently agreed on, actually defines something called data intermediaries. And this idea of MyData operators or data intermediaries, it's not new. It's been around for years and years and years. But we are now kind of coalescing to that point where we're starting to gain agreement on what it is that these kind of actors or organizations with this role do and how they can work together. So the Data Governance Act defines a data intermediation service as a service which aims to establish commercial relationships for the purpose of data sharing between an undetermined number of data subjects and data holders on the one hand, and data users on the other hand, through technical, legal, or other means, including for the exercise of the data subject's rights in relation to personal data. So these data intermediation services are precisely the kind of actionable services that we are looking for with MyData for the exercise of the rights that we already have here in Europe. So to put it kind of very, very crudely, I would draw like an equation sign from a MyData operator. They're awarded every year. There are dozens of organizations and companies who have this MyData operator award. They are basically human-centric implementations of the data intermediaries in the DGA. They're not the only kinds of data intermediaries, but they are ones which are aligned with the MyData vision, mission, and principles. Now, while the DGA was, the Data Governance Act was a really, really significant piece of legislation in itself, it was in some ways also like a prelude to the Data Act, which is being discussed right now. And the Data Act promises some pretty incredible things, namely interoperable data spaces. So data space, on one definition, is a stable data collaboration setting among an open number of organizations and individuals based on a common set of governance and technical rules. And the Data Act specifies some essential requirements regarding interoperability for data spaces and data processing service providers, and enables also these specifications and European standards for, is hugely influential in defining how they're going to be shaping up. So one way to understand data spaces are kind of the ecosystems that are facilitated by networks of MyData operators. They're spaces in which data can be shared within a common set of governance and technical rules. And on the interoperability part, which I will highlight again, is just super, super key. We in MyData have been working on interoperability for a long time, and we've been framing it as a journey. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. It's a destination. Well, it's a journey, not a destination even, and it requires real commitment and real investments. And a lot of times when people talk about or think about interoperability, they think about technical or semantic or data interoperability. But one of the things that we've noticed as the MyData community, who work with, like I mentioned, dozens of these companies and other organizations who are working to provide these MyData operator services, is that interoperability between people and their language is really, really important as a baseline as well. So just so that we are talking about the same thing when we use the same word, like this kind of very fundamental, just understanding each other, kind of sense making around, well, when I say permissions, I mean this, but when I say consent, you mean that, and are we really disagreeing here, or are we just using different words to describe the same thing? So to kind of come together as a community and to facilitate this kind of shared vocabulary and language learning and language use, the white paper I mentioned put together this reference model. And I won't go through the different parts of it. These are basically the functional elements that a MyData operator may or may not include. But just for any kind of like two operators interoperating with each other, first they need to understand what it is that the other one actually does, right? So we are trying to help these companies, these organizations to kind of verbalize, okay, this is how we do identity management, or this is how we do personal data storage. And from that, only then really the technical aspects and the data and the semantic interoperability parts become relevant in the first place. And this kind of like shared language creation and understanding and sense making, it's not possible in standardization of like organizations. It's part of what they do, but it can't be the only thing. So human interoperability, that's a key really at the foundation there as well. And this reference model was actually updated recently. I'll show a link to the resource page on our site later. But I do recommend that you check it out, because I mean, for this paper, we studied dozens of companies and organizations who do something MyData operator-esque, and through kind of interviews and sense making, this is kind of how we became to understand the landscape of what are called data intermediaries or intermediaries, or even data trusts and personal data management systems and so on. So it's a really rich piece of work. And then I wanted to kind of throw into the mix of EU regulation that's happening and relevant, EIDAS, the revision of EIDAS and identity management. Because identity management, as you saw, was one of the functional elements of the MyData operator. And it's really necessary for the kind of provenance of data, authentication. Obviously, when it comes to personal data, we need to know whose data it is, like about whom that data is. And I feel that in the Data Governance Act conversations, in the Data Act conversations, sometimes this identity part and this EIDAS regulation revision, which is happening right now, they kind of get glossed over. And at the same time, I can't help but feel that this is going to be really important for how these data spaces, data intermediation services, how they're going to shake out in the real world as a result of this kind of set of regulation. So the innovation in the revised EIDAS regulation is the introduction of European digital identity wallets. And they're a product and service that allows the user to store identity data, credentials, and attributes linked to their identity, to provide them to relying parties on request, and to use them for authentication online and offline for a service. So all of this sounds very similar to what happens with data intermediation service providers. And there's obviously some personal data in there, stored, shared, provided, used for authentication and so on. But like, exactly how is this related to the other regulatory developments right now? I don't have the answer. Like, wallet plus data intermediary plus data space, what is it? I'm not sure. Right now, I have this hunch that if the wallets are successful and well designed, they could potentially act as kind of keys to those data spaces which I as a person or I as a company have the rights to access, right? And then the data intermediaries can be the kind of mechanism, the tool that I use to actually access and repurpose that. That's my thinking right now. But there's a surprising amount of unclarity in the kind of personal data space right now on how this is all going to shake out in the end. And we in the MyData community are doing active work in trying to find, again, like common words, common vocabularies, common understanding and sense making around how we can ensure this can be human-centric and ethically sustainable, and how to actually make it work so that people communities and societies benefit. So just to close, I would like to thank you for inviting me here to Belgium, and in return to invite you to Helsinki to join me for MyData 2022 this year. This is the space where we're trying to tackle these questions, to make sense of the current landscape, and we're just it's midsummer week, so like the sun doesn't go down, which is kind of cool. So welcome very much, and here are the links that I promised, and with that, I would like to thank you very, very much and welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? We have about 10 minutes.
Do I need the microphone?
Yeah, it's on its way. Thank you for paying attention to that aspect.
Good morning, everyone.
Soon.
Ben, Nuki.
Yeah? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Flo Sanders. I'm a student at Gent University. I've been an observer of these movements and the space from a distance for a while. I have a dual question for you, which is how far do you think we are from this ideal being technically feasible in terms of implementation? And then the other part of this is how what's in your view, the easiest way to get industry partners like the big tech companies on board? Is it by means of force through regulations, or really to make them see the value in these propositions?
Mm-hmm. So thank you very much. On the technology side, I'm not a technologist, so caveat, I'm a philosopher by training. But from what I hear and see, the technology is there. Like, we could be doing this if we wanted to. At MyData, we often talk about the BLTS like the BLT sandwich, so which is business, legal, tech, society. We need to work across those different domains and deliberately kind of de-silo work around personal data. But we obviously see that technology develops on a different kind of trajectory than, for example, EU regulation does. And there is, there's a lack of political will, perhaps. In some instances, there's also the question of literacy, awareness in the general public around these issues. There's legislation and regulation which is developing, but at a different pace from technology. And also then the business models for the kind of ethical practices around personal data, because maybe this is a good bridge to your question about big tech. What's broken right now isn't specific company or specific companies, it's the entire paradigm that incentivizes exploitation. And that's what we're looking to shift. And if you know, Cambridge Analytica and Facebook hadn't done what they did, some other companies would have. And that's because the paradigm, this is the incentive in which the paradigm directs us right now. So I don't know what the best way to kind of make current companies do things differently. I think that's an open question. But the more fundamental question is, how do we shift into a paradigm that actively incentivizes on business level, legal level, technical level, societal level, incentivizes towards a human-centric use of personal data, if that's an answer to your question.
That's a very clear answer. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Rob Heijman from the Knowledge Center Data and Society. In the previous talk, we were talking about bias in open data. How are you going to deal with self-selection bias, which you will probably have because MyData relies on volunteering your data or giving consent with regards to your personal data?
Hmm. So by self-selection, do you mean that only the people who are kind of knowledgeable about these things will then actually, yeah. So that's, I think, a question of awareness raising again, and literacy and understanding our data. And it was mentioned before as well, like obviously COVID has raised awareness of the importance of data. What's still kind of challenging in some ways are the very concrete use cases, like the services that give me better products or better services that are easier to use and are ethically sustainable. Like this is really one of the key things that the entire kind of personal data ecosystem is revolving around. Like, how do we crack this? But they like the thing is that in terms of self-selection, like if the service that's based on human-centric principles and respectful of your choices is just better than the alternative, then the awareness will follow, right?
I hope so, but if that were true, everyone was on Mastodon.
But is it better than Twitter right now?
I'm not sure. But thank you for your answer.
Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay, one last question before the coffee break.
Yeah, hi, Inge van Verborgh, Gent University Library. I was thinking about the legal actions that the European Commission is taking, and we sometimes have the impression that it's tackling the big tech, but in the meantime also jeopardizing the work of non-profit organizations or research because they don't have the means to comply to the rules or really deal with them. What is your impression of that? And do you do something about that, or what do you think?
I think that's a really, really good question. I wouldn't be able to speak to what's in the Commission's mind and what are they aiming for here. I do kind of recognize what you're referring to, and maybe there's more of a sense of urgency in tackling the bad things and preventing the harms, and then some ripple effects, unfortunately, are overlooked. I do see things like the Data Governance Act's data altruism institutions as a promising kind of way in which nonprofit organizations, civil society organizations can engage with and be supported by the Commission's initiatives. And there's a certain kind of rhetoric, for example, in the data strategy, which is about giving Europe its fair share of the economic potential of data, and that focus on the economic potential can be felt in the initiatives that are coming out. So maybe that's one thing to think about. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much also for your contribution. A big applause, please. So after all this input, I think it's time for caffeine and oxygen, maybe not necessarily in that order. We have a 15-minute coffee break. The coffee is over there. Please go to the other part when you drink your coffee so the queue isn't too long. If you want to reuse your coffee cup, please do, but there's some new ones over there. And when you come back in, place them on the table. Thank you very much, and we see each other in 15 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we want to get to lunch in time, I would like to continue with the program. Because I'm not sure how many people get angry when they're hungry. I'm one of them. So, yeah. So let's avoid that. Risk aversion. So while everybody's looking for their seats, we're going to continue with the program. We have two professors, Ruben Verborgh and Bart Jacobs, and then we have the people from Visit Flanders and OpenStreetMap who will showcase some of their results. Our next speaker, I would like to say as well, during the breaks, and there will be some people going around doing short interviews. So is a person here who's responsible for the interviews? No, but he will make himself known, so it's part of the program, so you're not being ambushed. The next speaker is Ruben Verborgh. He's a professor decentralized web technology, and I'm still jealous about him for a lot of reasons, but the one thing that stood out, by getting his PhD, it was Tim Berners-Lee who congratulated him on Twitter. So that's something, yeah. That's one of the big dreams. So, Ruben, the floor is yours. Micro, test.
And there we go. Perfect. Who of you woke up this morning and the first thought in your head was, how can my data work for me today? Raise your hand. Who thought this? What will my data do for me? I got a couple of hands. It's weird. I should have had the whole room, basically. We all care about data. This is why we're here, right? Because when we wake up, we think about different things. We think about how we will spend our time. We think about how we'll spend our money, buy things on a given day, how we'll spend our energy, or dedication, focus, concentration, so many things. But we very rarely think, how will we spend our data? And that's because in many cases, our data is being used, is being spent on our behalf, because our data is spread around everywhere. We're not in control of what happens. We should take ownership. At the same time, I think we also should broaden the conversation when it comes to data. Because there's open data, as we've talked about, and as Bart so eloquently said, like talking about privacy is important if you want to make room for open and vice versa. But when it comes to data, we spend a lot of time thinking about openness and privacy, but there's so many more things. One of them is empowerment, indeed. What can my data do for me? That's what I spend a lot of time thinking about, because if data is the important asset that we all believe it is, then this should be one of those questions that we have every morning. What will I do today? What will I buy today? Who will I talk to today? And what will I do with my data? Today, I've got 3 parts for you. I will talk about big data thinking, which is the old way to think about data in a way that doesn't empower us. Then I'll talk about a project called Solid, which is about empowering people with their data. And finally, I'll talk about standards and community, which we see as a necessity to make Solid not just a one company or one organization project, but something that can be carried by multiple parties. So let's first have a look at what's going wrong with our data today. Why don't we all wake up with the thought what our data can do for us? Let's have a couple of examples. Let's take supermarkets, for instance. My supermarket knows what I'm buying there, what I have bought in the past, what I will buy in the future. They can predict. That's all big data. They also know how I walk around in their store because I scan my groceries manually. And who knows, big data-wise, all the things they will squeeze out of me. And I'm just a data element to this supermarket, to many others, to online stores, and so on. It's my data working for them, but not for me. Another example is applying for jobs. Those of you who have had the pleasure recently to apply for jobs, you need to have a CV on LinkedIn, all the fields complete. You have to have a PDF as well. And when you apply somewhere for a job, every place you apply, you need to upload all of these things and fill out all the same fields all over again. This is us again. Data, we spread it around, but it's not really working for us, is it? Medical data is, of course, a very crucial kind of data that we all have. In Belgium alone, several millions are lost every year due to duplicate medical tests because the originals are missing or we don't even know that the test has been taken already. That's a waste, but also just not really nice if you're a patient, right? You want your data to work for you. So we need to look into those problems. But in general, it always comes down to this, the walled gardens, the silos. If we want to bring interaction between different kinds of systems, whether it's social media or anywhere else, we either have to move the data or we have to move the people. So it's 2022 and we still spend so much time moving data or people around. I think it's completely crazy. It's not empowering at all. So let's think about a different world, and what better way to do this than to look back to the MyData principles that Viivi presented. We need human-centric control. People need to decide what happens with their data. We need to have the individual as an integration point. It should all start from the individual. Empower people. Make our data work for us. Portability, the right to have your data work for you, regardless of where it is stored. Transparency and accountability. I want to know what happens to my data. And also interoperability. I want to make sure that my data can work for me in different kinds of systems. Well, we're working on Solid, and I'm not advertising a product or a company. Solid is a vision on technology, just like the World Wide Web. It's not a coincidence. The same Berners-Lee who wrote the tweets, but also invented the World Wide Web, he is behind Solid. And what Solid fundamentally does is restoring choice by separating data from apps, because nowadays they're coupled together in platforms, and platforms are what ensures that our data is not working for us. So this inseparable connection is what we try to break apart. And if we do that, very simple principle, we create independent choices. People can choose the app or the service they want to use independently of where their data is stored. And if I can choose where my data is stored independently, I might as well store it closer to me so that it works for me. Because right now, my data is far away from where I am, and that doesn't really work, does it? And the story I will tell you today is not just a vision or a utopia or something that I've been dreaming about last night, although I have. Here in Flanders, 6.5 million, that's all of us here basically, will get their personal data vault, their personal data pod with Solid technology. And it's not just a tech exercise. We need to have different forces combined. It's technology, it's economy, it's a societal aspect, a legal aspect. All of these things need to be combined, and you need people, companies, and the government who are willing to invest. And in Flanders, we have that. Now, what is Solid? Well, fundamentally, it's the idea of a personal data vault. The left-hand side is a situation that we have today where we as individuals just lose control over our data. Not very empowering. It's bad for us, we all know why, but it's also bad for companies and organizations who want to deliver a service. Because we're living in a data-driven economy, right? So to deliver a service, you need data. So all of those companies need to spend a lot of effort on collecting the data, making sure it's not outdated, and there's a whole legal liability. Let's take the example case of applying for a job. All of those companies are collecting data, and in the end, if they've all done the best job they can, they will have exactly the same data as LinkedIn. But the same effort has been spent 10, 20, 30 times. What a waste. So today's situation isn't working for anyone, not for us, not for them. If we have this idea of a personal data vault, which is a space in which I store all the data I create and all the data others create about me, then the whole landscape changes. Then I don't need to go sending around all my data. If somebody wants to offer me a service, they can politely ask for what I have. I give it to them for the duration of the service. I get a good service. they don't have the legal liabilities of storing, collecting, harvesting data, and so on. And that's a much more efficient system, really. It just makes a lot more sense to have my data close to me. What will it look like is what people often ask me. And I will give a couple of examples. There's social media just because it's universal, but it's a really boring example, in fact. So when I talk about social media, think about your medical data. Think about your financial data. Think about any kind of data that you truly care about. Now, nowadays, if you see a view like this, all the pieces of data that make up this view, they tend to come from a single place. Be it Facebook, be it some central medical system. That's the idea. If we introduce the concept of a personal data vault, it changes. For instance, if this is my social media post, or this profile picture is going to be stored in my personal data pod. The text is going to be stored in my personal data vault. If you comment on my post, the comment is yours, it's going to be stored in your personal data vault. And if you react to his comment, well, this comment is yours, it's going to be stored in your personal data vault. And even a piece of data as small as a like. If somebody likes my post, likes your comment, well, this like is theirs. It's going to be stored in their personal data vault. And then you see that a view like this one can be made up of data coming from dozens or hundreds of different kinds of places. It's a very different way to think about data. Why would we want to do this? Well, first, it's good for people. Very briefly, again, today's left-hand side where you have platforms that inseparably connect data and service. Very simple social media example. I cannot share my Facebook photos with my LinkedIn colleagues. I have to either move the data and then I lose control, or have to move the people and then they lose control. It's also a massive synchronization hell. If I accept an event on Facebook, then Doodle doesn't know about it. Now, the right-hand side is the landscape if data is in personal data vaults. And the applications on top are still the same, but the data has been pushed out. Now, the right-hand side is a world in which I can start with one service and work on data and seamlessly continue with another one. It's a world in which I can choose the services I like, you can choose the services that you like, and we can still work together because the integration doesn't work through the application or the platform, it works through the data. So this is great for people. There's choice, there's diversity, there's variety. I can pick solutions that work for me, you pick those that work for you, and we can still interact. But key to this whole story is that it also works for the economy. Because without that part of the story, it will never happen. We need a story that fills all the fields. The left-hand side is again what we see today. There's a competition in different sectors based on who has the most data. It's a very boring competition because it's not based on innovation and because in many fields, the competition has already been played. The winners are already known. Too bad. That's a massive innovation problem in two ways. One of them is the big ones don't really innovate. They don't have to. They have the data already. Second is even worse. If you want to innovate, if you have a better idea than those companies, well, too bad. You cannot enter the market because you don't have the data. This is a world in which good ideas don't win, only harvesting data wins. If we introduce this concept of a personal data vault, we create separate markets. We have a separate competition between ideas for building apps, another competition between storage solutions. The left-hand side is a world we have today, where literally grandmothers and grandchildren are using the same application, not because either of them has a great experience, but because this is where the data happens to be. The right-hand side is one in which grandmother has her own application and granddaughter has another application. They can still work together. It's good for them, but also for innovation, because this means that companies can create products for specific markets instead of having the burden to create this big platform with all the data that has to work for everyone, but never really does. It's a very, very different world for innovation. And ultimately, what's going to happen if all of this succeeds is this. Today, we're still on the left-hand side of this graph, where there's the giants in every sector. And what companies are trying to do is to catch up with the giants, and they hope to do better. Well, tough luck. How are you going to get as much data as the biggest one in your sector? And even if you can, how will you collect more? Because there's a limit. There's a legal ceiling. In Europe, it's called GDPR, which says, don't collect so much data. So the big ones are already flirting with that limit, basically. So if you try to jump ahead of them, it's never going to work. It doesn't make sense. The future doesn't belong to those who try to harvest as much data themselves. The future belongs to those who intelligently reuse all the data available. And if they do this right, if we get this right, there will be more data for them to innovate instead of less. And this is why this is so fascinating. If we give people control, if we empower people, there are more things we can do. There's going to be more data. Let me revisit that statement with the different use cases that we've seen. Let's say supermarkets, again, for instance. Instead of this big data thing where they squeeze data out of me, how about I let the data work for myself? I can go to all the supermarkets and say, hey, give me my data. GDPR, you know. I can tell them, delete this data. Again, GDPR. And then I can tell them, hey, who of you wants to see all the interesting data that I have here? And what do I get for it? I'm not suggesting that people must start trading their data. I'm just saying this is one way in which data could work for people instead of the other way around. Where maybe I could get a better deal, the supermarket has a better customer, and I'm happier because my orange juice suddenly got half cheaper. Why not? This is empowerment. Empowerment when it comes to job hunting, for instance. Why on earth would I have to spread my data around? It's much easier to just keep it close to myself. When I go apply, I can show it to people. And also, in the context of today, there's also something to be said for open data. Maybe CV data, I don't want to keep it private. Maybe I want to tell the whole world how good I am at my job so that I get new suggestions and offers. And so this kind of data thinking is empowerment. Medical data. Why would I get multiple tests done when one test would be sufficient? Why is it so hard to get a test from my GP to the hospital and vice versa? With a personal patient vault, my data could be much more portable and again, could work for me. So Solid is an open standard in which we can implement the MyData principles. So let me go through all of these principles in order. One of them is the human-centric control. Well, obviously, if I have my data, part of my data vault, I'm in control. I decide what happens there. The individual is the integration point because it's my data vault. The data goes through me. Any data process happening will pass through my data vault. I'm empowered because finally I can do cool things with my data. It's portable because Solid is a set of standards. It's not a platform. There are standards that are open that anyone can implement. And as such, I have a choice of where to host my data and which applications and services I want. There's transparency and accountability because in my data vault, I can see which requests come in and what happens with my data. And interoperability is the key point of Solid on a technology level. All that the Solid standards do is ensure that any kind of data vault can work with any kind of service. So in that sense, Solid is an implementation of those MyData principles that we've seen. But importantly, it's not an app. It's not a platform. It is a way of building software for the World Wide Web, online and offline. It's an ecosystem, it's a movement, it's a community. It's an ecosystem in the sense that standards enable this interoperability on a technical level. It's a movement in the sense that we want to shift the way that people think about data. And it's a community in the sense that we require different people, companies, government institutions to do things with Solid. And already today here, we have different people, different companies who are doing Solid things. That's because it's an open standard. Anyone can contribute, anyone can do things. Let me talk a little bit more about those standards and the community. Interoperability comes from a standardization, and it's not a new technology stack like, for instance, blockchain. No, we built on 30 plus years of proven web technology. And the standards cover how pods work, how apps work, and how identity works. Those three things we put in a standard. And Solid will explain what the interaction is between those three key components: data, apps, and identities. And because it's an open standard, anyone can make implementations. We have several open source implementations of servers, apps, and libraries There's public instances, or you can just have your own server. There's many different applications and many different software libraries such that anyone can start building applications. And servers, what they fundamentally do is they make sure that they store the data so that any app can use it, right? So a simple way to think about data pod is like a USB stick, right? There's some technical specification explaining exactly how a stick works. You don't need to care about these details. All you need to care about is this USB stick that I want? So whatever you buy, whatever brand, whatever kind, it will just plug in. That's the same kind of metaphor. Your data vault will just plug in into any kind of application. And the job of a server is to ensure that data can be accessed by solid apps independently of what server is storing it. Now, I'm part of a research lab at IMEC and Gent University, and we've been building one implementation of the specifications called the Community Solid Server. It's an open source implementation, and we built it to grow along with the needs of the open community. It follows the specifications, so it's as good as any server. You can just plug in your data. It's a companion for people who want to develop apps, and it's really extensible, and you can experiment with it. So it's the right tool if you want to get acquainted with Solid, if you want to try out things. There's also different implementations that are, for instance, more enterprise-oriented. But bottom line is, this is all you need to start doing Solid. And what I'm announcing today as a scoop is that we're starting the Community Solid Server Association. And the idea is that we need a vehicle to have a sustainable evolution for the server and all the resources surrounding it. We're starting under the flag of Open Knowledge Belgium. We're very thankful for that. So they guarantee that we are a well-behaved organization that looks out for sustainability. We want to guarantee this long-term maintenance of the software, but also help inspire the future of Solid. Because Solid specs, many of them are ready, but some of them are still in evolution. And with this piece of software, we can drive adoption. We can show people what the future could look like by building it. And then it can open the standards, and then other servers can start using it. So if you want to be part of that future, whether you're an individual or a small company or a bigger company doing Solid, this is the place to be. This is where ideas come together and resources come together to make this future happen. IMEC is involved, as I told. They're supporting the server. We also have Interrupt, which is an American company doing Solid technology, who's been supporting the server. There's Digita, which is a Belgian company who has been supporting the server with different implementations as well. And this is Solid Lab Flanders, which is a research project which, through the Flemish government, is funding us to work on the future of Solid. So maybe you want to join this stellar line of partners to think about the future of personal data. I started today by telling you about big data thinking, about silos, about data that doesn't empower people. Then we talked about empowerment. What could MyData do for me? And finally, we talked about how it's standards that enable this, not platforms, not apps, but standards that everyone can implement, and there's a community that you can join. So, when I see you again in next year, 2 years, 3 years, I'll ask you the same question. I will ask, when you woke up this morning, did you think about what you do with your data today? And I hope by then the answer will be yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes-ish for questions. Are there any questions? Voilà, de micro is daar al.
Hallo? Staat die al aan? Ja, super.
Yes, Tom.
Okay, hi. So you said that basically Solid would allow you to have control over your own data, according to the first principle of MyData. But does it really? Because how do you avoid that once a company or an organization gets your data and you gave consent for it, how do you avoid it goes out and lives its own life out there on the web, that they cache it, copy it, redistribute it, index it, and so on?
That's a very valid question. But we cannot look at the future with the eyes of today. Today, companies have incentives to collect the data because otherwise they can't survive. But at the same time, there's the effort, the liabilities, and so on. What we're saying is that in the future, data will be so readily available for those well-behaved companies that there's no reason to run the risk to do these things. That's one part of the answer. The other part is how do we kind of regulate this? Because previously today we also talked about the EU looking at these kind of things. And I think in this country, in this continent, governments can play a role. In particular, when I say Flanders will give people a personal data vault, they'll also think about how will we regulate people working with these kind of things, just like they regulate banks, for instance, because it's very sensitive, obviously, that kind of value. So the combination of those two answers around here, I think, should give the right answer there.
All right, then does that mean that anonymous browsing is a thing of the past?
I've never said that.
No, because unavoidably, this means that whenever you sign up for something on a website or whatever, this is linked to your actual identity because you have your own data vault that's linked to you as a person in the real world.
But you told me you can have multiple identities, and everyone else, by the way, as well. So there's your official identity, government issued, that you can use, but you can have an anonymous account, you can have pseudonymous account. That's really important. So there's not the one true identity. You still have a choice there as well. No worries.
All right.
Thank you. There was another question there. If you could pass the mic to the...
Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, my name is Alexander. I'm in Hacker Future web developer.
And you're the
working
picture
on it.
guy, so I have to be nice to you.
We're actually just volunteering for the picture. It wasn't even, yeah. So the first question is, I noticed or read about stuff and business and how business works, and the reason that this Facebook and stuff are very profitable is, of course, we sell our data for free, but in exchange we get things also for free. For example, Facebook, Google, and all the apps that we use, it's for free, right? We don't pay anything for it except our data, and people don't mind.
Except
they just
the data.
yeah, yeah. People don't mind. Like, of course, guys like you are telling people that the data is important, which is good. But if we restrict our data to those companies, wouldn't they be more expensive? And would people actually choose to pay for those already free stuff? Because let's face it, most of us here that are wearing clothes, our clothes are very cheap, and we know where it comes from. We're half aware that it comes from cheap labor. We don't think about it, but it's true. So, but it's cheap, so we wear it, like, including me. Like, so I think even though people know that it's not ethical to sell your data, I don't think people would choose something expensive over something for free, because we are not accustomed to selling our data. And that's what I think. What's your answer?
You're absolutely right, but let's break it down. So first of all, let's be honest. Today's not free. Indeed, Facebook gives me services in exchange for my data. It's an exchange, right? My problem is not that. I have no ethical problem with that kind of transaction. The problem I have is that there's no choice. I cannot say, hey, Facebook, here's $10 a month, but you don't get to have my data, right? What we do is choice. I'm saying, look, let me at least choose. If I want to deal with a company who does whatever with my data, be my guest. But now it's not a choice that we have. So that's the important bit. So even if I want to pay today, I can't. Now, then to the point of like, but would people actually make choices that are in their benefits, which is the bigger thing here? It depends what you give them. I've realized over many years that I'm not going to convince anyone by saying, pay me this amount and you get privacy. Nobody cares, unfortunately. If they cared, we wouldn't be on Facebook. So it's very hard to make people care. People do care about living better lives, living healthier lives, having more cost-efficient lives, all of those kind of things. So what I'm going to convince people with is not like, here, have a data vault, privacy. No. I'm going to solve real problems. Applying for a job is a pain. I'm going to make that easier. Medical files can be a pain. Let's make that easier. Let's make data work for people. So what they're getting here is not a monetary transaction per se. What they get is better experiences, what it's all about. And who will pay for that? There's different answers depending on different kind of cases. Like if it's about job hunting, we might very well imagine the government helping to pay for that or just paying for it because they already do. They already do, and it all goes to waste, right? So it's going to be more efficient for the government if they pay for my job search data vault tend to pay for whatever it is that they're paying today as well. And so think about all of the benefits, and this is what will convince people. And they might be willing to pay for it or not, but at least I think we should give them the option, which they don't have today.
Yeah, thank you.
Now take a nice picture of me.
Voilà. There are more questions, but I would like to ask to keep them for the lunch break.
And there's a panel as well, so you can ask me questions there.
Okay, perfect. So we can continue the conversation there. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you. Cheers.
So we can set up the next slide deck, and I would like to invite the next professor in our terrific lineup of the first half of the day, Professor Bart Jacobs. And he told me he will do his own introduction, and there's also room for questions later on. Thank you.
Very good. The mic works, obviously. First, I'd like to thank the organizers to give me the opportunity to talk to you here in Gent. Very happy to be here to tell a bit about what I've been doing with colleagues in the Netherlands, especially in Nijmegen, in the area of authentication and other things. I'll give you an overview, and I'll start with myself, because maybe I'm not so well known. Just a few bullet points. Professor in Nijmegen. I have deserved some academic credits, not in Twitter form, but in a slightly different form. I'm rather active in the Netherlands. You know, some of the people from Belgium may have picked that up at certain points, both in the media, politically, but also institutionally in various advice committees, including this one mentioned here about COVID and the intelligence organization, which is close to computer security, of course. I'm also chair of a foundation called Privacy by Design, which runs an authentication app, IRMA, which I'll talk about now. And one of the things I'm focusing on in my work is public values in IT systems, how to embed them, and how to make sure that there are choices, not so much, I will not be talking about individual choices as Ruben told us, but more political choices. There is a choice in the IT architecture that we all use. Okay, let me start with an overview. We all know these big platforms, use them, many of them on a daily basis. In China, there are similar huge platforms collectively known as BAT, B-A-T, Baidu, Alibaba and Tencent. What does Europe have? What does Europe have? Shout, shout. Yeah, I think indeed Spotify. Spotify is... But this is, to me, this feels embarrassing. We're doing something not right here. Okay, what can you say about this? There's a shared US-Chinese agenda in all of this. To control digital identities. They wish to precisely register who does what online and build up massive profiles out of this. We see on the US side, they mostly use this for commercial reasons, although there have been forms of manipulation too. We've seen this in elections. On the Chinese side, it's mostly focused on maintaining state control, and you see this in all kinds of nasty developments like social credit scores. And these systems, they work on the basis of a unique identifier, which is used everywhere and used to link all your individual actions. Now, I think there's a strong European sentiment we should do these kind of things differently, embed our European values into technology. Okay, the European President von der Leyen has made an opening address to Parliament and emphasized this. She talked about Europe's digital decade. She emphasized several topics in digital identity. My own topic is one of them. I was happy about that. And what happened about a year ago, Europe introduced these wallet ID plans that were already mentioned earlier today. I dare claim that they were inspired by IRMA. I've been involved also in the revision process. I went to Luxembourg, where EIDAS is located, give a talk there. I've given input. So here I dare to claim influence there, although this is not very visible specifically at places where you can point to. There have been many, many other developments and projects which influence this. But the key thing what's changed with this EIDAS 2.0 is that people will use attributes and disclose them selectively to authenticate. And this is what IRMA has been using all along. Security and identities. Identity is essential for any security solution, unless you're talking about devices talking to each other only. But even then, you could think in terms of identity. Here are some examples. I guess you know all of them. An important point is that authentication, proving who you are, should be proportional. And it should be contextual, depending on the situation in which your identity plays a role. The example, to play a game online, it suffices to prove that you're over 16, and that's it. That's it. And this can be done by attributes. I guess the terminology is fairly familiar by now. If you order a book online, your address suffices for delivery, your bank account for payment, maybe the attribute over 16, depending on the kind of book, but that's hardly ever checked online. And for logging into to governments, you typically use some citizen ID number. Now we've developed an app. This is a project already going on for about 10 years, called IRMA. It uses attributes instead of identities. They're collected by the user itself. The attributes are stored locally in the app, on the phone, nowhere else. There's no cloud storage anywhere else. They're digitally signed by the source. So if you disclose these attributes, the receiving side can check the signature and check the authenticity, where it comes from, and that it has not been manipulated. There's a decentralized architecture, which I will tell you more about. Furthermore, it's free and open source, which I guess this community will like. It's up and running, and it has up to now around 80,000 registered users. And this grows with about 1,000 in a week. This is not a major breakthrough, but at least we've come beyond the hobby and friends stage. It's seriously used in healthcare in the Netherlands, and in various other sectors as well. This is the idea. On the one hand, you can use various sources to collect information about yourself into the app, and once it's in the app, you can disclose it to various other parties, or possibly the same parties. This may be my most important slide conceptually. If you want to set up an identity architecture, there are basically two ways to do it in a centralized way or a decentralized way. I'll use some simple pictures to try and describe that to you. What is the centralized way? That's how Facebook does it, or here in Belgium, It's Me does it. You have an identity provider, think Facebook for a moment. Suppose as a user you want to log into a verifier, think of this as a website. What does the website do? It redirects you to Facebook. You have to log into Facebook, or It's Me, and then Facebook tells the website who you are. Okay, if you go to another website, you log into Facebook again, and again, Facebook tells the website who you are. Why is this centralized model so interesting? Mostly for financial and data reasons. The banks run a system like this in the Netherlands, roughly like It's Me, and they can put a ticker on each authentication, and the websites have to pay for this. In the bank in the Netherlands, the costs are between 25 and 30 cents per authentication. That's very expensive. That's very expensive. Facebook does it for free. Why does Facebook do it for free? For the data. So they can build up even more detailed profiles of where you are. And keep in mind, it's sensitive data. These systems are used for logging into a psychiatric hospital or logging into an online liquor store. And if these systems are run by your bank and afterwards you apply for a mortgage and suddenly your mortgage is denied, how does it happen? What is the decentralized way? So the same picture. As a user, you talk to this identity provider, you pick up some information about yourself, you store it locally, you go to a website, you disclose it yourself. You go to another website, again, you disclose it yourself. So this is clearly decentralized. Now, if a government like the Chinese one would have to choose between a centralized and a decentralized one, what would it choose? The centralized one. There are clear incentives in terms of control, both financially and power organizationally, to go for the centralized model. But there are alternatives. There are alternatives. Who is going to decide about this? Well, our politicians. Are they aware of these basic things? Hardly. Well, we might as well say not at all. And what I always like to emphasize is data flows in society determine the power relations these days. So these are choices about the kind of society we like to live in. And I think we have to be a bit more active in these kind of things. Digital autonomy and sovereignty, it's high on the EU agenda. It's about being able to make your own decisions. It's a general description of autonomy. It's high on the agenda because of topics like 5G, etc. mentioned here, and also because of the various instabilities in the world. I would claim that control over digital identity is of geopolitical instance. We have to do this in Europe ourselves, otherwise the Americans or the Chinese will do it for us. And they will be in control of everything we do online, because, as I said, identity is the starting point for any security relation. To build up a system like IRMA or any other system, you need a reliable identity source to build on. Now, traditionally in Europe, in continental Europe, these identity sources are with the government. And in Belgium, also in the Netherlands, here we have national citizen registrations. They don't exist in the UK. If in the UK or in the US, if you have to prove who you are, you have to bring a gas bill or a library card or whatever. And that's almost unimaginable for people living on the continent, but it's a very, very big difference. Now, a crucial point is who gets access to these identity sources. And that's where governments have a very powerful position and can make important decisions. By the way, IRMA is in the Netherlands connected to the National Citizen Administration. So we get these official government attributes in our app. How to be autonomous with respect to digital identity. This is sometimes a European strategy. Let's try to replace a US or American dominant party by a European dominant party. I don't think this is a good strategy, also because that European party can then be bought. And then you lose all control. And there's a more broader sentiment underneath this, at least on my side, that identity, personal identity, is not a market commodity. And I'll say it in Dutch because I'm sure many people understand Dutch here. Identiteit is geen handelswaar. That's how lawyers express this. And that's a very, very important way of looking at it. So the best way to do these kind of things is to use systematically open source technology. Not only for reasons of transparency that this community has been advocating me to for many, many years, but open source is a very powerful strategic instrument. So in the Netherlands, for instance, the government introduced COVID apps, and they have been developed together with the open source community. They were open source from the beginning. This meant there was no hassle in the Netherlands, no discussion about what are these apps doing, where is the data going. It was transparent. It was a big success. It was a big success. And there's now some follow-up pressure on the government to do more things, hopefully everything, in open source technology. I don't know about this in Belgium. I'm happy to hear from people here. And how to support these kind of things. Again, as I said, the government has leverage because you can give certain parties access to these identity sources, and you can impose a requirement that we only give this identity data to open source systems. I'm not against commercial activities, but I think commercial activities should be built on top of an identity infrastructure. I'm thinking, again, at the internet, it's a big success because it's an open infrastructure. But what they forgot to do in the beginning is build in identity, understandably for historical reasons, but we have some troubles along the way because of this. Good. So these EU wallet ideas are in principle on the right track, but there are some things missing in there. There's no open source requirement in there. There's a lot of talk about open source in Europe, but there's also a lot of lobbying against open source requirements. Decentralized storage is not in there. It's sort of, if you read the text, it sounds like open source, but it's not explicitly mentioned or demanded. So centralized models are still allowed. And operation on a non-profit basis could also be imposed. So my call to you is tell your European representatives, because this will end up soon in European Parliament in discussions, to put pressure on them to push this in the right direction. Okay, at the end I'd like to talk about this is some recent work I started, a rather ambitious plan to start a new social network. That's what many of us are dreaming about, and once again I thought, let's do it. It's called pop-ups, for public hubs. And the idea is to build up a digital environment with public values embedded. Now you can discuss for a long time what are public values. I'm mentioning a few of them here. And it should be a digital environment for safe social interaction. And the idea is where people are part of a community. And that's important. Try and organize communities. How do you do this? So collectivity is more than connectivity. Facebook talks about collectivity, but it only offers connectivity. And an interesting challenge, and this is a socio-technical project, how do you set up an infrastructure that makes people behave a bit more civilized online? And there are various aspects to this, but it's an interesting challenge to think about. A motivating example. I heard this from a parent recently. I had small kids at the local school. The school wished to organize a day trip and told all parents, you register your kids for this day trip at Facebook. Now, I hope you feel something's going wrong here. Something's going wrong. There's a sort of mixture of a public environment and where people are pushed into a plunder architecture just for being part of a school trip. Well, some parents complained about this, and the school said, what do we have to do then? And there is no serious alternative. And this is sort of a starting point. What can you offer these kind of organizations that they can do these things better? This is where we like to start with pop-ups. There's a website, popups.net, but it's only in Dutch. We're only starting. We'll make a multilingual version of it soon, but my apologies in advance. But also, I must say, the emphasis is on the Netherlands. We have no global ambitions at this stage of to put Facebook out of the market, but be useful to local communities. So let me try and compare Facebook and pop-up hubs in mentality. So in Facebook, of course, if you're on there, you're imposed to the whole world. If you're a 12-year-old girl and you go on Facebook, you can be attacked by all kinds of bad people trying to make you lose weight or I don't know what kind of things. User identities are unverified, but the same everywhere. And that's good enough for Facebook because Facebook wants to manipulate you commercially, and then they just need continuity and link actions. Facebook doesn't care about anything unless it's forced to. User manipulated, veracity and authenticity of information is irrelevant for them, and there is algorithmic engagement optimization that we are all aware of now. So what do we try to do differently? So a network is a collection of hubs run by partner organizations, and these partner organizations will be made responsible for their hub. Will impose a duty of care. One more Dutch word, zorgplicht. Zorgplicht. So if you want to be part of this, you take responsibility for your corner of the internet, where you moderate, etc. User interact within a hub, can switch the duty of care I mentioned. As a user, you can enter different hubs and you get a different pseudonym in different hubs. It's the same pseudonym if you return to the same hub, but in principle, you're pseudonymous in each hub. There's some crypto technology behind this. I'm happy to talk about that on another occasion. Within hubs, rooms can be organized in matrix style. The matrix is mentioned. We build on matrix for this. And rooms may have authentication requirements. And I'll give an example in a minute. It's open source. It will be open source. We have not published it. What's a high-level picture? There's a central login, different hubs. Via the central login, you can move around between these different hubs. Within hubs, there are rooms, and some may have authentication requirements. So an organization may, for instance, run a public forum, a discussion forum, and say, on this forum, you have to disclose your real name before you can participate. Or can say, this forum is only for people who are up to 16 years old. That's also a form of authentication, attribute-based authentication. So it's not so much that we're on this track of no one can be anonymous anymore on the internet, but proportional authentication. Interesting question is also, if you turn these buttons, and you impose higher authentication requirements on discussion fora, will people behave more? That's an untested hypothesis. I'm not so sure about this, because you see plenty of people under their real name. They misbehave terribly online. So in that sense, it's not clear what happens there. But anyway, at least we set up an environment where we can experiment. There will be social scientists involved as well. So we have a central login already, which looks like this. It's not public facing yet. The QR code is for an IRMA login. Of course, this uses IRMA for this, to show you just that we are doing already something here. What is the status? So I started this with a colleague in the Netherlands, José van Dijk. We both won a big prize. We decided to put some money together and do this together. We have funding for 5 years, which is a lot of time for these kind of things in the academic world. There are, in my group, the programming and the design is done. José is more on the governance side of all this. We have 4 people doing the programming and the design, which also is a reasonable number for 5 years if you can maintain this. And we want to organize all kinds of collaborations on this. We are releasing this year to limited groups, and large experiments are foreseen in 2023. We work with partner organizations, especially in the media and culture and broadcasting in the Netherlands. It's interesting to have them on board because they have valuable content. Because you always have the problem, how do you get people into this? Patient organizations. There are various discussion groups of patients suffering from all kinds of disease. They all have their own fora. They're typically not on Facebook because they're well aware of privacy issues. But they have their own built systems, which are not always very reliable. We've been talking to them. They say, we're happy to join. If you set this up thoroughly, we're happy to join. That also gives momentum. This is hundreds of thousands or even million people. Libraries, I love libraries as an organization, bringing culture at a low level to people. They have to move into the digital world themselves. They don't know precisely how to do this. municipalities and various others. Good. Big challenge is how to do the governance. I'll go a bit quicker now in the view of the time. And I can say this is usually working on this. I'll draw some conclusions, some main points. I'm sort of summarizing. Digital identity and sovereignty is high on the EU agenda. It's important to embed values in the IT infrastructure. The control over this determines power relations in societies. The idea that markets deliver the best solution, which you often hear also in political circles, I think we can fairly say that fails in IT. Maybe the whole morning was devoted to that as well. Interestingly, IRMA is up and running for a couple of years now. It does everything right, I say between quotes. So you see the buzzwords here, open source, but still what we notice that governments find it very difficult to handle this. To deal with these civil society initiatives, because it doesn't fit that pattern. And so I have intensive contacts with the Dutch government at various levels, but at the national level, they say, for instance, nice what you're doing, but here is the queue of all private organization, commercial organization. You join the queue at the end, and we'll talk to you when time comes. So although we share the values that good governments should have, they don't know how to deal with this. Anyway, and maybe here regulators can play an interesting role. Now, open source, I think, is and this is underestimated as a political mechanism. We talk about digital autonomy. It's a very, very effective mechanism that we should impose more strongly here in Europe. That's where I like to stop. I'm happy to take some questions, but again, there's a discussion later on this afternoon in which I understand that I will also be participating.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for one question. Is there a question there? It works. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, I would like to know whether you have a collaboration only with organizations in Holland or also in other countries. And I'm curious which municipalities you have in Verborgh.
Which municipality? They're Dutch municipalities. Yes, so Amsterdam, Nijmegen, a couple of more are interested. And we haven't a full list of this. Yeah. Okay. You're in the municipality sector then. Yeah. Yes. So I have been talking to people in Belgium frequently. To get IRMA, a system like IRMA off the ground in another country, you need to be connected to these identity sources. And for this, we really need local people who stand behind this and say, let's do this. Now, there are some talks with Open Belgium here that maybe they can play a role in this, but that is really the starting point. On a global scale, there are few attributes in IRMA which are reliable in that sense. So email address is that. So we can add an email address in your phone. We do by sending you a random message and you have to type in a number. Similarly, we can add a mobile phone number. That works in Europe. I don't know if it works globally. We changed it recently. So you can add also attributes from Twitter, from your Twitter account, also from LinkedIn we used to have. But this is self-declared. It's totally unreliable. So you really need reliable sources. So if you're close to the government, you're happy to help. In the Netherlands, it's interesting. So I live in Nijmegen. It was the city of Nijmegen who made the connection, but the connection works nationally. So it was a city who was audacious enough to say, we'll do it. And actually what was funny, that the national government, the National Ministry of Internal Affairs in the Netherlands, they got out of their mind that this municipality did this. They said, well, it's our responsibility to do this kind of thing. Yeah, but you've not been doing things for 10 years. And so you need some people who have the guts to do something, and I'm happy to work with them here in Belgium. So this is an open hand. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This is all the time we have. Thank you, Professor Bart Jacobs, I'm always happy to hear stories where local governments take the step forward. So thank you for the inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we had some speakers describe the journey, what's happening in identity and personal data. Now we go to another domain which has been under stress the last 2 years. It's tourism. And so I invite Jos Pyck and Seppe and the third colleague. Yeah, wait, my memory is terrible. Pieter van der Vennet, who will talk about what's happening in the west of Flanders. Gent is the capital of the west of Flanders, so it's okay that they're here. I would like to give them where's the walk around mic? Yeah, because there's three of them. Ah, you all have. Okay, perfect. Thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. After two professors, so a bit more light subject, tourism. First of all, we will show a campaign, a simple campaign, Pin je punt. Let's go back 2 years in time. 2020, 21, we had a pandemic and its lockdowns. And in this period, Horeca was closed and cycling and hiking was, in fact, the only thing people could do freely. So that there was a huge increase in online cycling and hiking routes planning users. There was an immense broadening of the target group of these route planning apps and online route planners, and also different needs of these users. In fact, the hiker was not 50 years by standard. They became younger. There were also young families with young children who became hikers in this period. So different needs in the route planning process of tourists and recreants. Public toilets. There was a different need, like public toilets. Cafes, pubs, restaurants were closed. Playgrounds for children, charging locations for e-bikes, picnic tables. They were not enough. The data of these things were not accessible, or they didn't exist. So tourist governments didn't have the missing POIs, and we didn't have the data to share share with as open data with route planning apps, or the data was spread over the different provinces, municipalities, agencies, or the data was stored in various formats with different attributes, etc. So we were searching and found OpenStreetMap. But the big question was, if there was a big problem, the different layers were the data quality was not what it's supposed to be. And it's the POIs they were not pointed in whole of. We didn't have Flemish sets to share with route planning apps. So the question was how to get citizens, municipalities, and institutions contributing. So, in fact, we kept it simple, and we thought, the why of the POI. We made it clear with a short message. Data from hikers for hikers, and data from bikers for for bikers. And we made a short campaign movie with a right face in for this campaign. It was Sam de Bruin. Maybe it only takes a minute. I don't know if we have sounds. Probably not.
Tijdens het wandelen kom ik vaak per toeval toffe of handige spots tegen om bijvoorbeeld te picknicken of voor de kinderen om ze te laten spelen of om te chillen. En jij ongetwijfeld ook. Of stel dat je e-bike plat is en je zoekt dringend een oplaadpunt. Zou het niet de max zijn als we al die punten met elkaar zouden delen? Ah, voilà. En terwijl de fiets aan het opladen is, kunnen wij ook bijtanken. Zo'n dingen op voorhand weten maakt het plannen van je fiets- en wandelroutes een pak gemakkelijker. Denk maar aan oplaadpunten voor je e-bike, openbare toiletten, rustpunten, speeltuinen voor de kinderen. Dus als we nu samen al die handige punten verzamelen, dan vind je ze binnenkort terug in je favoriete fiets- of wandelapp. Ga naar toerismevlaanderen.be/pinjepunt en deel je favoriete hotspots in de natuur.
Was a very short campaign movie.
So we've got an amazing campaign. And note that we've got an amazing campaign. You all can join and you can all learn everything about OpenStreetMap. So for those who don't know OpenStreetMap, it's a database filled with geodata. Everyone can edit the data, everyone can reuse the data as long as you give attribution. And that was a success formula. It's already a community, it's been a community for over 15 years by now. There are various programs to edit, there are various data reusers, there are tons of contributors, so it's a really rich ecosystem. And note that you're all aware of it. You can also learn everything about the various editors like JOSM and ID and MapContrib. You can learn all about points and ways and all the other technical stuff. And all the municipalities who are gonna join, they're gonna learn all these things to no. That's not really gonna happen. OpenStreetMap can be really confusing for new contributors, for governments. Just the fact alone that if you open up the contributor, you see all the buildings and all the roads and all the POIs. It's really confusing and it's really hard for people to start contributing. And that's where I come in. So I created a small tool, a website. It's called Map Complete, and it aims to be a simple-to-use map viewer and a simple-to-use map editor. And instead of having one map with everything, I have multiple maps, each of them focused on just one single topic. So I made a small collage there. So on the left, you've got only toilets, and then there's a map with only bicycle-related points, like pumps and stuff. Then one with cycle streets, and at last, very Belgium, one with French fry shops, with fritures. So like that, it's pretty easy to set up a map which is interactive and two-way. And that's precisely what I did for Toerisme Vlaanderen. So they asked me to set up a map with charging stations for electrical bikes, playgrounds, benches, picnic tables, stuff like that. So you got a nice simple map. And if you click on it, then the user is greeted with a pop-up. The pop-up contains some images, contains some attributes. So for example, we know it's sand, we know it's starting from 4 years old, this playground. And then if the user scrolls down, there's something we don't know yet, whether or not the playground is lit. And then the user can just click, it's lit or it's not. They click the save button and that's it. It's in OpenStreetMap directly, no hassle. And we try to have a very low barrier way of contributing. And adding a new point is just as simple. You click the map, you click the type of point you want to add, and you're started. That's part of the story. Of course, all these different touristical agencies and municipalities, they all have their own data sets about picnic tables and benches and playgrounds. And we wanted to integrate these as well. And so for that, we set up tooling to contribute. So first of all, if the data set is of extremely high quality, we can like copy paste it into OpenStreetMap, but even that's not simple because you've got to translate the attributes into OpenStreetMap attributes. You've got to check that a bench that the municipality has isn't already in OpenStreetMap, and then make a decision on which one to keep. So that's a lot of work, and it needs a lot of review, and that's why we set up a process specifically for Toerisme Vlaanderen, where we put these points online in a kind of parallel database, and where people could review it before actually adding it into OpenStreetMap. So these are the review candidates. And then again, it's all about making it as simple as possible for contributors to review. So this is the review process in initial. There is a question mark. People are offered the option to like say, oh, it's wrong, it's not correct, or it's indeed there, let's add it. And then once it's added, they can start adding images, they can start adding attributes just like that. So in a few seconds time, especially if people are local on their phone, they can just like add it, pin it to the exactly right location. And yeah, there you go. Now, of course, loading a data set is a bit more complicated. Someone has to do it, someone has to clean it up, has to review it. And then I built the tooling, which is reusable for more than just benches and picnic tables, but I built the tooling to load up the data set, to review it, to check if it's on the right location on the map, some more checks for correctness, and then to create a note on the map for people to review. So yeah, so that's the technical part. Once everything was set up, the campaign was launched, and then we've got some results. So we launched the public campaign a little over a month ago, so we're not even at 2 months. We've had lots of responses. We had lots of very qualitative contributions. We've seen over 1,100 new points created via the system I've just shown, which is quite a success. We've had, on plus on that, 85 points of the imported points which were added as shown. But because it's a parallel database that's seen by lots of OpenStreetMap contributors, other contributors which weren't directly related to the campaign added and reviewed 135 of these points via other means, and they added it. And it's very hard to put a number on that, but because of the increased awareness, some more points were added on these topics too. And then there was also one data set on benches which was of extremely high quality. We imported 400 of them directly, and over 1,000 points we didn't have to bother with because they were already in OpenStreetMap. Some other cool numbers: 560 images were taken in the field. These are all openly licensed and reusable. And over 4,200 questions were answered. So over 4,200 attributes were updated or added in just a span of 1.5 months by people contributing via this. So that's a very nice result. That's actually very impressive. And of course, a talk about maps can't be complete with a little map. So here, this is an overview of where people made changes. So we see that there is a pretty nice coverage over everywhere in Flanders. And it's not visible, but we had also one edit in London and a few in the north of the Netherlands. And then one in France, I think, a few in Wallonia, because some of us went to Wallonia and added points there. And even in Kosovo, or am I? No, Sarajevo. Yeah, somewhere in the Baltic states, because some core contributor tested it out there as well. So the system we built, it's been applied here in Flanders, but it's reusable all over the world because we're reusing OpenStreetMap, and that's pretty awesome.
Thanks. So remember, we're doing this for cyclists and hikers, and that's where I come in, because I work for Westtour in the province of West Flanders, and we heavily rely on OpenStreetMap data, for example, to make maps. You see a printed map in the middle. You see these little icons with benches, with picnic tables, with playgrounds. All of these categories that are collected via punt, but also via OpenStreetMap in more general. We also have these maps on the terrain itself. So these all benefit from the campaign. Of course, we live in a digital society. The cool thing with punt is that whenever you map or add a playground or a picnic table in this example and on the left, it automatically appears on the OpenStreetMap base layer, which is used in many, many, many different places. But to find these benches and these picnic tables, it's a bit difficult sometimes. So in specialized apps for hikers and cyclists, you can ask to highlight certain categories. So for example, in Komoot, an app that many people use to go hiking or cycling, you can ask to highlight playgrounds in this example. In Osmand, another cool app to go walking or cycling, you can put in your own filters. For example, here, it's almost lunch, so we're looking for a picnic table or a bench to eat our sandwiches, and this is easily done as well. Something that Visit Flanders did was to also offer the data not only via the OSM ecosystem, because we're all OSM enthusiasts and we know how to use these data. But for example, the municipalities where people work with GIS software, it's a bit more of it's a bigger step to use these data. And they're more used to, for example, web feature services, which easily integrate with GIS software. So we made these data available as well. And this is a map that I just updated this morning with QGIS, which shows in, so this is all the data that Visit Flanders is offering as open data via web services. In red, I have to just check the cycling networks. In green, the walking networks, and the white points are all the POIs in the categories that punt also collects. So not only collected by the punt campaign, but punt contributes to all these different POIs. A few conclusions or learnings from this campaign. Maintaining high quality data sets is hard work, and a lot of municipalities, a lot of other government organizations do this, put a lot of effort in it. But the question should be asked, should these government organizations collect these data all by themselves, or should they ask help from the community? Because many hands can make light work. We now see many hands working in government, but they do not always work together, and if we work together in the way that we did, we can see that that it's really light work to have an amazing data set already now. So have no fear of reusing these crowdsourced data, and rely on crowdsourced initiatives. Something that was also in the previous talk, it's not in the pattern of governments to do these new things, to have this new way of working. We heavily focused on reuse. How can we make it as interesting as possible for data reusers and as easily as possible? But we see for governments who focus on processes, on control and things like that, that's still quite a big step. Now, Visit Flanders is a government organization. We, Visit Flanders, asked the provinces, 5 of them, to work on this project. So we already changed a few minds within the public sector, and that's a good thing, and we hope it spreads throughout the public sector. So while it may hurt our eyes sometimes, the future is bright, I think. Make sure to visit the afternoon workshop on punt and Map Complete that is presented by Peter, to learn more about the tools and also how to set up your own team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yeah. Vooraan hier. A high-profile question, no doubt.
Come on, come on. No. I loved, I mean, I got really, really excited, and Patricia Verborgh, who's here, part of my team, also made a comment now that this is the perfect tool to get the new generation of enthusiasts of openness. I think that, I mean, I just wanted to congratulate for the great work, but also like ask, you know, like if you have any examples of involving like, you know, kids and young people in these crowdsourcing processes, because it is really powerful. And the second follow-up is one of my obsessions, like really deep obsessions, is how can we get the small businesses and the small actors out of the, you know, this mix of dictatorship between Facebook and Google? Because basically, I come from Guatemala, you know, in the little villages there, you know, it's so sad that if you have a little community center of hiking through Facebook, you know, like you can only find them on Google Maps. And basically, like, not only, you know, like it's a problem of what is available and what they know, but it is also a problem of when they have a problem with the establishment on Facebook or it changes. There's so many barriers for people who do not speak, like, you know, the usual languages. And OpenStreetMap community is great. So just questions like, you know, how this really can transform the tourism industry also for, you know, like developing countries and communities struggling, and how can we get the young blood in?
Well, maybe it's good to mention that we actually did this campaign for small companies. So the companies we asked for input were not Facebook or Google, but really companies that offer these very popular apps for walking and cycling. But the nice thing about them is that they're often focused very locally. So, for example, the walking node networks are known in Belgium and the Netherlands, but I don't know in the rest of the world if we have other examples of them. So we have these apps that are used on a very large in a very large amount, and that really benefit from all these data. They use OpenStreetMap, all of them, all these walking and cycling apps, and we asked them, well, how can we help you even more? And they said, well, by gathering these POIs that are relevant for our users. So this is just the way it works. And here we have the benefit that the data was already good. All the walking and cycling paths are in OpenStreetMap. Now we just had to add the POIs. And it's indeed a question of building up the quality of the data. But I think here we are doing quite fine now.
Mm-hmm. And about the question on getting young people involved, it's a very good question. It's a very hard question also. I'm trying to make it easier for everyone to start contributing, but then one could pretty easily build a team that specifically shows interesting topics for kids or people with kids, or for example, for youngsters. And then, yeah, that could be a way to make it easier for them to use the data and to contribute to data. But then again, it's also very hard to break them away from Google Maps, because Google has a big ecosystem and points everyone into their ecosystem again and again. And the open source movement can be an answer for that, but right now it's also quite hard to move out of it if everyone uses Google search and Google search points them to Google Maps and stuff like that. So I don't really have an answer right away. I can also say that I've seen on Map Complete, I think around Frankfurt, there was a college teacher who asked his students to contribute something via Street Complete or via Map Complete, and then I saw quite an influx of new contributors who made some changes, and it could be interesting to have college professors or even high school professors on board with a dedicated with dedicated courses and with a dedicated team that says like, oh, these are interesting things. That could also be a path to travel.
Thank you. We have time for a final question.
a short one. Did you have any cases of trolling, edit wars, other kinds of abuses, for instance, of local cafes self-promoting themselves extensively? And if so, do you have mechanisms to deal with this? Sorry for the negative question.
No, it's a very
insecurity.
It's a very valid question. So, OpenStreetMap in general has very little vandalism. It happens every now and then, but it's extremely rare. On the big editors, which are somewhat confusing and somewhat difficult to use, we see that new contributors do make mistakes, but these are well-intentioned mistakes, but they just break something accidentally. That's about 30 or 40% of the first few changes they make. It's really high. But then again, we've got very seasoned contributors in Belgium and other countries too. Every new edit is checked by a volunteer. And the data is in continuous use by various actors. So if a big mistake happens, it gets corrected really fast. So for example, it's Facebook maps, it's Instagram maps, it's some parts of Bing and Apple maps come from OpenStreetMap, but also osmondmaps.me, various cycle planners, various heavy users. So if a mistake is added, it usually gets fixed within the first few hours. From Map Complete, I haven't seen vandalism or really bad edits. I've seen occasionally a shop or a cafe adding themselves and adding somewhat advertisement language in it, but not that it's over the top or not that it's disturbing.
Okay, thank you very much. So this concludes the first part of this very interesting day so far. What I learned is we got some high-profile speakers. We talked about the relevance and the state of open data, which is still there. The importance of identity, and which is happy for me as a lifelong civil servant, that there's still a role to play for governments, that we shouldn't rely on multi-billionaires buying platforms to create communities, because we are still responsible for them themselves. And yeah, some great uses of open source, both for identity and how to map your environment and get engagement that way. So thank you very much for that. So what's going to happen now? We are having lunch. That's on the ground floor. I would like to invite people to take the scenic route. So you just go outside, take the stairs, and the lunch will be there. So after the lunch, it's a very interesting program, but you have to choose. You cannot do all of it. So there's the workshops and the keynotes. 3 of them are happening here in this room. 1 is on the first floor, not the ground floor, but the first floor. But the program is also accessible through the QR code. And there's also demos and the open data bike rides. It's not necessarily by bike, you can walk it as well, or?
It's by bike, but you don't need a bike. We have 15 bikes ready to go for you guys to join us.
Yeah, and there's so free bike courses for people who don't know how to ride a bike. No, yeah, and then at 5 o'clock we reconvene at the place where there's lunch for the after-session drinks. Then days like today, you know, they're not possible without the support of some great partners. Besides my employer, the City of Gent and District 09, our IT partner, we also would like to thank Agentschap Binnenlands Bestuur, which is of the Flemish administration, also the Digital Flanders agency, which is quite instrumental in pushing these teams forward as well. Then we have ID Lab, Open Summer of Code, Red Pencil, one of the companies, and Mix. Thank you very much for your support. So for you, your attendance, openness has its limits, which means take care of your stuff, that you leave it here, because sharing, there's some limits. There will be people here, but we cannot guarantee anything. I think those are the things I had to say. Perfect. So we'll see each other at lunch. So outside on the ground floor, that direction. Thank you very much, and see you later today.